Alright, post it up on the socials. Let's do this. Chianti. Oh, Jesus. Random spike in concurrent viewers. Oh, we got a lot to do with these guys. I was trying to think of what we were going to have to do after them, and I was like, oh no, we got nothing. No, we got a kill team I got to paint. it never ends. I got a debate. A couple of these guys have horns. I was thinking of doing them in the bright green, but I'm going to be doing that with all like the eyes and mouths. So I don't think I want to, actually. Hang on. Hell yeah. I feel like in 40k, if I want to ally a Lord of Change or Kairos in for the flavor, this is the squad to bring. At 2k points, it's the right amount. This is potentially the most durable. Of all the Tzeentch battle lines and stuff, so yeah. Now that the Vectora changed, I kind of want to try it again. Because I did a Kairos game once. And I didn't really like it because Vect really sucked. But now I feel like Vect is actually really good, especially on a unit like Kairos that can deep strike 9 inches away from an enemy unit. And then just like shut down command point based responses. But yeah, Blood Angels. My buddy's huge into Blood Angels. I know a lot of people are complaining about the potential changes with the unit customizations. But he said he was basically okay with it. That seems to be the case a lot of the times. There's always like the 1 or 2 people who are just like, oh, it's the worst thing ever. But then average Warhammer Chad is like, yeah, it's fine. What you up to, Case? Now the method we're using here with zenithaling the base layer to get like the cool little zenithal gradients and stuff, it's good. But it's also a little bit dangerous because I have to be super exacting with where I put the rest of the paint. Because if I put too much down and it gets on like the surface areas I don't want it to be on, it is very hard to sort of get back in here and do any correctives to pull back the gradient that I'm working on. So I need to be like doubly or triply sure that where this paint is going down is exactly where it needs to go down. He's chipped. We can fix it in a minute. We're gonna have to go back through with the Garagax anyway. People in my main Discords have been, at least one person brought up the oddity of the Space Marine Raptors chapter suddenly gaining like a ton of interest. What's up, Sprue? Because I know we brought it up here because there were just like a ton of people in here who were like, yo, Raptors. Raptors are awesome. Just like out of the blue. It was weird. Now there's someone in the main Discord who's like, yo, where did all this friggin' Raptors hype come in from? No, yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, it's a thing. As long as people find something they like, that's cool. So having the Raptors be that thing is it's kind of cool. I mean, people latch on to like jingoistic ideas and stuff, and I mean, the Raptors Space Marine chapter is definitely the way to go to try to achieve that, since the Raptors are basically just, let's theme a Space Marine army around what the American military would be in space. Like, if that's not a way to pull in some public interest from fans of the American military, which there are a lot, the American military has a great branding group. Some good PR. So to have a Space Marine chapter in that design. This is very hard to hold in the right places. Friggin' banners, man. So many angles. So we got the Spearhead tournament this Saturday. I have no idea if I'm going to do good or bad. It's a store tournament, but it's being sponsored by one of the people who go to the store. So supposedly there's going to be some prizes involved. I think this is this person trying out his hand at TOing a game, because I think he might want to try to actually like run a real big event, like set up a real event, because I think he probably really likes that, because he loves the element of seeing all of it, right? Like, he loves the idea of like how all the interactions are. And depending on his rules team, I mean, you could technically take part in it. I think the last tournament I did with them, the 4v4. Dude, I don't know how to feel about the dice. I re-busted out my old Maelstrom dice, which I had retired after going through an entire game where they wouldn't roll above a 2. I re-broke them out for a test game last weekend against someone I was playing, and they did well. They rolled really well, so I'm just gonna do whatever, man. I gotta get to that mindset of don't worry about the dice, right? Like, I gotta get there. Because the problem just comes down to, like, if you're putting all of your eggs in the basket of like, this better work, you're gonna lose. But at the same time, that might actually be the only way for you to win as well. Like, it's one of those weird situations where it's hard to say for sure exactly how stuff is gonna play out based on you being like, well, if I roll average, you'll die. It's like, yeah, but you still gotta roll average, and then I have to roll below average on my saves in order to like guarantee that. So like, I gotta get that into my brain. I have to do that more and more, because if I'm not initiating plans to get points, why? Like, that's kind of the thing. The rolling the dice is separate. You have to pick the right unit that you're okay with losing, and then you have to send that unit to where you're going to get the points from, while simultaneously keeping the rest of your assets in a good enough position that you're not that worried about them. So even if you're rolling like crap, you're at least keeping the score close. and I just need to solve for X. Because the games that I was winning last weekend, I have to, like, kind of keep them... How do I put this? Is that fire? No. It's feathers. I have to keep them compartmentalized in my head. Because one of them was against a Sylvaneth, where he teleported his Tree Lord within... Well, they teleported their Tree Lord within 6 inches of me. And then failed the charge. So, there you go. Like, already off to a good start for me. And then I decided to all in on the damage on his Tree Lord in hopes that I was going to kill it. Had I not killed it, I was dead. So there was a lot of risk there, a lot of reward there. I did manage to get the kill. It was a little bit later than I wanted to. Like, I actually had to swing on it with melee. But, like, we burned everything on it. I burned my Demon Heart on it. I burned everything. No, yeah, the dice rolls will always be a thing. But I do need to start thinking in terms of how do I keep the scores close. Because I still forget that at times. It's weird, because in Kill Team is paced in a way where I'm able to mentally keep myself, like, accounted for in terms of scoring. I'm able to have those moments of, like, oh, I could do this, but if I do this, I maximize my score. He won't be able to do this, blah, 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 blah. Like, I can rationalize out a Kill Team game a lot more easily than, like, AOS or 40K, right? I'm gonna turn the brightness up for you guys. When I'm playing AOS or 40K, like, it's so much more easy for my mind to go, well, you need to kill that, so let's dump what we can into killing that. And then I'm like, yay, I killed it. Or I'm like, oh man, that was a lot of effort and I didn't kill it. That sucks. And then 4 minutes later, I'm like, oh, why did I do any of what I did? I could have easily scored a bunch of points while doing this. And it's just a feels bad man moment. But I need to not worry about it. I'm playing Disciples of Tzeentch, arguably one of the weakest spearheads I've seen. I have at least some understanding of the best way to go. I think Demon Heart is just like, that's it. Like, you need the Demon Heart. None of the other abilities you can get for your leader matter. They're too weak. Keep your leader alive for 4 turns. Nuke something. Oh, and I figured out a balance adjustment I think would be great, considering how generally weak fate dice are right now. Imagine that I'm able to replace an opponent's dice roll with a fate dice. Huh? It's just like, yeah, you can use a fate dice for yourself, or you can replace an opponent's dice roll. Dude, if I rolled all ones, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, oh, sweet. That's kind of the problem, though, with Spearhead. Since scoring is random, like, there's basic scoring, right? Like, you get your objectives, but they're sticky, so it's hard to, like, negate people's ability to score without being where you can take it back while killing. So it's kind of a thing. But the key element behind it is that I don't know what's on your cards. I just don't. So maybe you have the Baphomet card, at which point you being on Baphomet, it sucks. But like, if I go all in trying to stop you from getting Baphomet because I think that's what you have, and then you don't have it, and it was a ploy the whole time, then I'm kind of screwed. Which I kind of like. I do kind of like that stuff about Spearhead. But also, there's no counterplay to scoring, really. Well, at least there's rarely counterplay to scoring, I should probably say. Because you score at the end of your turn, which means every single time it's the end of your turn, board state is secured as to what you want. And if you were really going for the score to get that point, you've got it. Most likely. So scoring just kind of happens. You really have to read your opponent in order to negate certain scoring. And figure out if there's something cool you can do, like a good counter charge or something. That kind of comes down to you knowing what cards have already been spent versus what cards could be up. And that takes a little bit of effort and knowledge. That's kind of the part of the game, like both 40K and, well, AOS is going to be a little different. Because AOS you choose, right? You choose your missions. I haven't played a full game of AOS 4.0 yet. We're mostly just chugging along in Spearhead. I had a full-blown argument with the people in my local Discord about how cover works, and I think they don't fully understand my point or the direction I was coming from. Because I'm trying to figure out cover, and they're tossing things at me for, like, the rules of visibility. And it's like, okay, those are two separate things, man. You gotta separate that. Visibility is one thing, cover is another. You do the finger holes. Finger holes. I had to watch whole videos explaining this because I'm working on my own, right? Like, I want to get together in a similar vein of my Kill Team rules overview. I want to do an AOS rules overview, but like, I want to make sure I've got everything. Because I don't want to be the guy who's like, oh, I dropped an AOS rules overview video like right away after the rules came out, and like 80% of it's just wrong. There's so much to look at and so much to go over that it's not great. And I kind of want to do it in like one long form video with chapters, so you guys can like click around to segments. I'm just trying to figure out how to go over the game, because it's not just me being like, all right, shoot phase, move phase, blah 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 blah. It really is like I could just break it down to abilities, limitations on certain things. There's a kind of a different approach I could take to it. Like what constitutes a move, how do you move around terrain, blah 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 blah, stuff like that. Attacking, how does cover work, the different kinds of attacks, melee, ranged. A couple example situations. Probably use some Arcanites and some Demons to show some stuff off. This guy's got multi-layered front teeth. I want to just get all the stuff flatted yellow. We're going to make sure we get all the stuff flatted Garagax that needs to be gold as well. There will be some white corrective. There is some feathering on these units that I'm going to need to like do as a different color feather. No. Drop my audio box. I'm trying to find a good place to hook this to me. Yeah, supposedly after Spearhead, we're going to do a 40k thing. Which is good, because I'm going to have my Soul Forged ready for that. A little bit more to varnish, and a little bit more to figure out how to transport them. Specifically the Defiler. I have an idea for the Defiler. It involves magnets and a string. And I'm going to just glue string to the magnets. That way I put the Defiler down on the magnetic surface, and then I just put the string down across them, and then pull the magnets apart to make it tighter. That way it holds it down. And then I just have my box with my my Helldrake in it. I'm just gonna put a Helldrake on the field and have people be like, why are you using a Helldrake? And I'm gonna look at them square in the face and go, I don't know. It's fun. It's not meta, it's fun. I'm expecting him to, like, surprise some people. I feel like he does surprise some people, though, occasionally. I fought a Eldar player with him who tried to use his jet bikes in a way to, like, capture some points, and then I just flew my Helldrake over to him that turn. Wiped them out in one go. I rolled all my wound dice, and he was picking up dice to make armor saves, and I was like, no, don't do that. These are dev wounds. I just did like 30 dev wounds to your small squad of bikes. Just pick them up. I kind of want to try Leviathan Blue for the horns. I don't know. No fire, no finger holes. Okay. Finger hole. Quickly wet the brush. Get back in. Erase the yellow we don't want. Technically, I don't need these pink horrors painted. Because, again, the pink horror is the only thing I can think of using them for right now. I mean, I might be able to swap stuff over. I have a squad of... currently in my AOS list, I have a squad of Screamers. And they mostly just exist as utility because it's 14-inch movement. They're not really great in melee. But if they fly over top of someone, they do mortals, which is pretty cool. Mortals on a test, of course. Everything has to be a test. So you're never too sure about your own strategies. Any fire? I have. A buddy of mine brought it up with me once. Because apparently Blood Bowl is, like, really fast-paced. Supposedly there's actually, like, a game clock that runs while you're playing, so your actions are actually limited. In a similar fashion to how tournaments run with game clocks, your actions are kind of limited round to round. Based on the game clock, and if you don't do everything, then time is called. It sounds kind of cool, but I don't know, man. I'm not super pushed to want to play it. I actually prefer things like Underworlds for kind of like my smaller scale skirmishy games. I do think Blood Bowl is kind of hilarious, though. The question is, if the local store that I go to does a Blood Bowl event, does that get me in? Does that make me go like, all right, let's pick a team? That's kind of the problem for me, is just like, Because I don't know how the release type stuff goes with Blood Bowl. If it's anything like Underworlds, it's not great. I got super lucky with Underworlds because the one team I actually wanted was Ephelim's Pandemonium. That was it. This is the one team I wanted. I could do without anything else. I'm fine. But when I was trying to get into Underworld, Ephelim's was a team that came out like 4 expansions ago or something, like 5 expansions ago. And it only comes in the expansion seasonal set, which I hate that approach to the game. That is actually something I do not like. It's just seasonal boxes with like multiple teams in them. But that was the only way to get Ephelim's. And part of me was thinking, like, I'm never going to play Underworld. There was an event coming up, sort of. Or, like, a hint of an event coming up at the store. And I was just like, whatever, man. If I can't get Ephelim's, I don't really care about playing all that much. And then I went to a hobby store that someone suggested I go check out because they were trying to start getting their Warhammer scene off the ground. And they were like, oh, go out there and check it out for, you know, letting them know you have interest, right? Letting them know you might show up for like games or events or something. That way the store owner feels a little bit stronger about doing Warhammer stuff. So I was like, all right, I'll go check it out. I'll talk to him. I went there, and yeah, that box was there. It was just sitting in the middle of the Warhammer section. And I was like, oh, alright. I bought it. Shortly after the event was announced for my local store, so I had Ephelim's for the tournament. Yay! Yeah, like that's the problem. You got to find someone who wants the other team. Also, the boards being in those boxes, super annoying. I wish there was just like boards you could purchase straight up. But yeah, now I've got 6 teams thanks to mirrored. Technically I have 8 teams, but I'm not building the starter teams. I refuse. Maybe one day down the road, but that day is not today. To my understanding, no, I don't think so. I think it was, or at least for a while, it was, they would release the starter box or the seasonal, you know, split box or whatever. And then if there were other teams that came up during that split, those would come out in single boxes. So, like, just the different seasonal teams. But yeah, they don't release them all in one go, and those are now legend in AOS. They're getting rid of them in AOS. Although I think Ephilim's a Gaunt summoner, and I think her base is the right size. So I can just use her as a Gaunt summoner if I really want. Use the team as on-field markers for sticky objectives or something. No, yeah, it is a little annoying because I feel like Underworlds, they stumbled into something that could have been great, but then they presented it in a way that prevented it from being great. Because, man, this game could have been really good. It could have also been like a cash cow for Games Workshop. Oh, Jesus. The head wasn't all the way on. Paint coming around the edges. Everyone else is good, right? Oh, this guy's a little rough. Gotta be careful with this. Who knows, end of the day, they just become super incredible looking models that can be used as replacements for some stuff. I brought it up in my Underworlds video. Because Underworlds models are some of the best looking models out of the Warhammer line. I feel like my AOS Spearhead video is going to come out all late. A lot of people are just posting their Spearhead videos like straight up within a day or two of the game mode releasing, even before. And it was weird because you're seeing people basically just like popping in being like, oh, this is the best game mode ever. I'm going to have a slightly different take on it. It's an important game mode, but the design of it is actually has the same curse as Combat Patrol, which is attempting to balance things that already existed that may or may not have been balanced in the first place. Certain teams are going to have counter picks to them and only be good against very specific things. And most of the game is played from very close range, which for 4 rounds is good because it gives you, the player, the experience you're going to need to deal with constant melee. But it also prevents a lot of fun strategy from occurring because there's no time for it. You're just in it. Turn 1, you're in. Do it. Yeah, but could he be something else from Idneth? I mean, Idneth is weird. The only Idneth games I've ever seen are just like 80% sharks. I call them the Street Shark team. Street Sharks. What up, Chase? Yeah, Spearhead's 4 rounds. And you start 12 inches away from your opponent. And considering there's models in this game that move like 8 inches, like the ghosts are all 8-inch movement, which is god-awful. It's basically, yeah, you're in combat turn 1. There's next to nothing that's stopping that. It's very hard to set up where you're not at your line of scrimmage, I guess is the way to put it. Very hard to not set up on that forward line just because of the limited space. And the problem is my team wants to set up on the line of scrimmage because if I do get first turn, I'm in your side with my Zangors, even though they only move 6 inches. But that's important because they get exploding 6s on melee. So if I set up too far back in preparation for a defensive game, I lose a major portion of my ability. But I think against fast armies, I just have to play that way, which kind of sucks. Cobblestone sharks. One more data slate before. Well, it depends on timing, right? Are we gonna get? Is the idea that we're getting KT3 before we get the Vespid team? Or is the Vespid and Scion's team going to be part of this current seasonal run? Because what was it? It was, Close Quarters was Into the Dark, Necrons, frickin' Salvager team, and the Dark Eldar one. So 4 runs. So far we've had, for the current run, we've had Scouts, Scorps, Mandrakes, and yeah, and then we have the Genestealer cult. So we have one more, right, that wasn't announced? Or are they just gonna be like, oh, the Chaos Cults are the other team? Or am I missing a team? I don't think I'm missing a team. We should be 1 away from the average release of 4 boxes. And since Beta Decima is very vertical, I could easily see Vespids and Scions. But the idea was, because they're a vertical team, that the rules would be overhauled to change how fly works so it's not so oppressive. Yeah, the running rumor is that we're about to get a rules update for Kill Team, but we're not sure. I'm hoping it's a soft rules update where they take everything that already exists and just rewrite the rules to make it feel better, a little bit more complete, a little less gray. And that some of the elements of the game that are very oppressive, like fly, get reined in, which is what already kind of happened with the Harlequins. Harlequins no longer like actually fly. Instead, when they go up walls, it's like a flat number, no matter the height of the wall. They can still pass over allied and enemy units, so that's already really important. But none of this like popping up and over walls and like vanishing and stuff. Like you can't move over a wall, shoot, and then dash back over the wall and not be attacked back. You can't do that anymore. That was kind of the way fly works. There's still a couple people that can do it. In particular, the Shade Runner from the Corsairs is able to do that while in conceal with her silent knives. Boom. Yeah, cover isn't hard. It's just worded weird. And it's the same thing in AOS, honestly. AOS's cover is weird. Oh, we have a camera. I can show you what I'm talking about. This will take a second. Go grab my stuff. All right, so AOS, I feel like cover is more designed for, where is he? Let's grab you. And then we already have a flamer over here. That's fine. Cover is more designed for area cover, I feel, in AOS. And Spearhead doesn't have that. But basically, we'll use my little Zangor as a concept, right? Here's cover. Let me move some stuff so you guys have better vision on what we're about to talk about. So, on initial pass, when talking to people at my local store about how all of this works, there's a couple ideas that got kicked around as like, oh, this is the reality of it, and like half of them aren't true anymore. Like from what I've seen, from what I understand. Okay, there you go. So. Pink Horror, regular ranged unit, right? Currently, yes. This is, in Spearhead, this is light. This is cover. Well, I call it light, but it's cover. Cover implies that at no point on anyone in the unit you can draw a line to that doesn't cross this. It follows a lot of the same rules as AOS, where when you consider this as cover, you consider the footprint, right? You consider kind of like the two-dimensional version of it in shape, which means drawing a line from this unit anywhere on this unit, which the base, according to movement, is part of the unit or the model. You would measure it to him, and you can see him. You have vision on him because this unit can definitely see a piece of this Zangor, right? Which means vision, which would imply vision on the whole unit, not just the one Zangor, right? But because a line drawn here always crosses over the terrain, he's also in cover, -1 to hit. Let me do this real quick. That sword's visible. Now, the trick is, from this unit, I don't think I can draw the line, but let's say he's like over here a little bit, where he can see the sword without it passing over the terrain. This unit's no longer in cover. And that's how that works. So the problem in AOS is when you've got like 5 people trying to tuck in behind cover against 5 people with ranged attacks, it's very difficult because if any piece of them is popped out from behind, that's no longer in cover, right? And people on my local Discord were like, no, he's in cover. He's definitely in cover because look, he's in cover, right? You can't see all of them. It's like, that's not the point. The line has to be drawn unbroken from one model in the squad to one part of a model in your squad. No more cover. Cover is gone. But they want to imply that being slightly out of cover, or even with some units in cover and some units out of cover, that this squad would be in cover. But the trick with that is it's the same wording for cover as it is obscuring. Okay? So let's say I've got 3 Zangors out in the open and one just kind of like that. Even though his line is drawn easily to like the extra Zangors and this guy, right? And it's like, yeah, according to the thought process of the people at my local store, this pink horror cannot shoot this squad because they are getting obscuring from this piece of terrain in this moment. Even though there'd be 3 Zangors standing in the open right next to him, like, it wouldn't be able to shoot, which that doesn't fly. That's not a thing. So the reality is, on this wall, because there's holes in it, and I think this is kind of another thing that the AOS book sucked with,
They showed an example where they used this wall to break line of sight, and the person was basically standing here. You can see him in your camera, right? You can see him, which means the pink horror can see him, which means he's visible. But they claimed in the example, using this wall, that this guy wasn't visible anymore. Freaking AOS rules are written really well, but they're not shown well, I think, is the problem. But if the whole squad was behind here and you couldn't draw a line from him to anyone here, even though you visibly see them, so like if you have an ability that's like, hey, you need a visible enemy unit, boom, you've got a visible enemy unit. It's over there, use it. But if you're shooting specifically, they gain the obscuring rule, which means obscured. Now, the reason I say area terrain is probably something I hope we're going to be seeing in AOS games, like competitive AOS games. Do I have a... Just need a piece of paper. I'm gonna use a rubber glove. Screw it. I'm thinking the Vespid team comes out on its own. I could see it as a launch. The thing is, it might be part of the Beta Decima thing. It'll just be the new rules alongside the last team of Beta Decima. So, okay. So let's assume this glove is the area terrain for cover. I'm still in cover. I'm still in cover. I'm still in cover. So this is why I think area terrain is a better idea, and I'm hoping we see it a lot in larger scale competitive matches. Not just because it is easier, since being behind cover in Spearhead requires, like we said, you can't draw a line to any piece on the model that doesn't pass over terrain. But it uses the wholly on, which is your base has to be completely on the area. Therefore, you're in cover. The cool element to this, which I think is very strategic and interesting, is I'm going to charge you. So I'm going to roll for my charge. I'm in charge. Right? Now we're both wholly on here. But the cover stipulation is if you fly, you don't get cover. So flamers are out. That kind of stuff. The trick is, because I charged, I lose cover. So the pink horror, the Zangor gets to attack the pink horror without cover. The pink horror can only attack the Zangors within cover. Okay? That's pretty cool, in my opinion. That's pretty nifty. So area terrain like this will play a bit into how the game works. With people being in cover for melee charges. Charging into cover is this like fun situation. Now, another element of cover that we were kind of dumb with, when people were looking at the general rules and quickly skimming over things, the assumption was, we will switch it up to a flamer. Flamers have fly. The assumption was if you have fly, you can see everything and you can shoot everything and you can be shot at in return. That is not the case. Fly negates cover for yourself, cover and obscuring. So in this situation, this unit would still have cover. In this situation, I can't even shoot that guy because I can't see him. But in return, depending on cover applied, right? Pink horrors are ranged. I can see the flamer, I can shoot it, it doesn't gain a cover or obscuring in this situation. It can't be obscured in this situation. But because the flamer's profile is small, depending on the terrain you've got, it can't, because you still need visibility to the unit. You still need it at first. Visibility to and from units is still the primary thing before shooting and then before cover or obscuring is applied. So this pink horror cannot see the flamer, can't shoot it, even though it has fly. That's the main thing about fly is that I can just do this afterwards without having to like measure up or down anything. I can just be like, hey, I'm here, which is super powerful. And if you have small enough units with fly, you can still hide them in terrain, which is cool. Because the alternative is, of course, units like this that you ain't hiding anywhere. Like, the terrain you're going to need on the field to hide a Fate Skimmer is absolutely insane. But that's how I understand the cover from the reading. And like I said, the people at my local store understand it differently. They assume that if one person breaks a cover line, right? If one person breaks cover line, that means everyone in the squad has cover, and that's just not the case. It's just not. All right, let's get some yellow on my flamers. But yeah, with Kill Team 3.0, the main thing that everyone's kind of hoping, soft reboot of rules, not hard reboot. It's all we need. It's all that needs to happen. Just get it right. How did I do the teeth? I think I did the teeth in yellow on these guys. But yeah, core thing with AOS, it's a two-stager for line of sight, just like Kill Team. I think even 40k is technically this way. Step 1 is unit visible. Visibility is just drawing an unobstructed line from one point on your model to one point on their model. Although I think Ruins negates visibility, right? Like that was kind of a thing. If there's ruins between me and the target, it's actually like visibility breaking regardless. Because I think it stops things like Doombolt. So it is a little different. But yeah, that's just me and my conclusions I have come to. I forgot to up this to 50. As to how certain rules work, now we're going to have the issue, because I'm the only ranged army that plays at this tournament. So I know I'm going to have the issue when I go there of being like, you don't get cover. And then the person's like, no, you can't see my whole squad. And I'm going to be like, that's not. And then we're going to call the TO over and he's going to lean in the favor of them. And I'm going to be like, all right, whatever. And I'll just run it that way, even though it's a massive disadvantage to me. I'm going to counter it, though. I'm going to be petty with this. I know I'm going to be petty with it. Because if I fight a Sylvaneth and they're like, no, I'm in cover because you can't see my whole squad because I'm back here like this. I'm going to be like, that's not how that works. But that's fine if that's the ruling. If you want to declare that being behind something just means one unit needs to kind of be behind something, that's cool. I'm going to put my Flamers
In this situation where you can only kind of see one of them behind the heavy terrain, or no, I can't do it with the flamers, I have to do it with the acolytes. I'm going to do it with, I'm going to move my acolytes like this. You can only kind of see one of them behind the terrain. The rest are out in the open. You can't shoot them at all because they're obscured, apparently, according to your ruling. And that's fine. I'll accept that you cannot shoot me while I'm standing out in the open on an objective. It's perfectly fine. I'm actually a little surprised that Spearhead decided against doing like area terrain. Area terrain really is like high quality. I think using area terrain mostly is a solid play, and there's a little bit of it. But I know like 40K made the massive jump to using those lisinopril mats for spaces and shaping. It's weird though. Apparently a lot of the store owners are trying to be sort of guided away from matched play. Like apparently there was a store owner meeting and they're trying to be pushed in store to not utilize things that are like more match play in focus. Like even though tournaments like using those lisinopril mats, stores are kind of like, they're being told to try to avoid letting people use that stuff. There's a lot of changes going on now with 40K Games Workshop stores. Like ideology, I guess, would be the way to put it. And some of it I get, because some of it's actually really horrible. It's the notion of sort of the notion of I'm trying to get all this yellow that I don't want on here off. They don't want the stores to be gaming clubs. They want the stores to be stores. Which, yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Apparently, Games Workshop closed down a ton of stores because they were changing into gaming clubs, which you have to, as a store owner, you got to kind of like recognize how certain elements of the game feel to some people. How certain like players feel to some people. So like the last thing you want in your store is a person who's like a toxic as hell player, who's doing everything he's doing because he wants everyone to be playing like hyper competitive, right? But he's just using the store as sort of like the springboard for his opinionated ideals on how the game needs to be played. So yeah, they're trying, I think, this year to move more to storefront than anything else. I used to have one of those, or I still do, I just don't use it now at the store. I have one of those wheelie carts that I bring my units and stuff in with, because I always felt like it was a good idea since, you know, you could just keep them off the table. And that way you have a spot to just put stuff. But apparently the problem with that is like ADA compliant stuff. It's a table that's like sitting in aisles and things. It's just not safe for small stores like that. And it's like, all right, I get that. Phone call. I'm back. Oh, Chase left. The thing is, because of like how I try to like pre-plan, I try to pre-plan socialization. Basically, I try to think of all the angles that could occur and how to interact or deal with them in like the best, probably most productive way possible. I've been thinking about this one. Like, how do I actually deal with it? Because I can do the petty thing that forces them to realize that they're wrong. The problem is this is a tournament where it's timed. Like, each game is supposed to be an hour and a half, and there's breaks in between. So if I'm gonna like mid-game argue how cover works, that's a problem. And I'd rather not do that, which is why I would have rather settled how cover works on the Discord prior to this tournament. But it seems like they're pretty adamant in how it works. Even though I am very sure it's wrong. They're just leaning into the whole, if one unit sees another, it's just visible. And it's like, that's a whole separate thing, man. Cover is very different from what you guys are constantly pointing to as the rationale behind what you're saying as being true. It's just two very separate things, man. Please. Please. Because it's so hard. Because I'm in my head, I'm trying to tone how I say it. Because I know there's going to be the moment where I'm playing a Sylvaneth and he's going to target my Zangors, and I'm going to have them chained from behind the heavy cover to a point after the ruling is made about how cover works, right? Because I know I'm going to bring it up, and then they're going to call someone over, and I'm going to be told no. And I'm going to go, okay. And then I'm going to abuse the hell out of it. But I need to make it feel socially like what I'm doing as absolute abuse of a rule is just me listening, right? It's me agreeing with the tournament organizer. It's gonna be so difficult because there's no way, even if I'm toning it to be like, no, yeah, I'm following the rules you guys said. It's like, no matter, even if I try to tone it where I'm like, yeah, no, I'm doing it. It's obscured because it follows the same system as cover, and I mean, you've established how cover works, and now I'm just using it for obscuring because that's how that works. It's what we've determined for this tournament to be how cover and obscuring works. And like, no matter what, no matter the tone in my head, I feel like I'd be the asshole. And it's like, do I need to be the asshole? Oh, I've tried so hard with these people. They've invited me to go to team tournaments. If I go this route, I may never be talked to again. But if I don't go this route, everyone there is going to be playing the game wrong. Ah, the struggles. Because, yeah, the first time I read about cover, it made no sense to me. Because the only thing I could attach the rules to was Spearhead. And cover just doesn't work in Spearhead. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Cover is not a thing in Spearhead. At best, you're hiding... If you have a squad that has... Or if you have a team that has, like, one of those singular small base heroes, that's what you're hiding. That's the unit you're hiding. That's what you're playing. No, yeah. It's very melee-centric, which sucks for my team. I am not a melee army. It has a lot of the same issues as Combat Patrol. Some spearheads have monsters, just like some spearheads had tanks. Or some Combat Patrols had tanks. It's a similar issue. The measurements for a board is a single kill team board. Some of us thought it was sized as a friggin' Blood Bowl board, but it's a kill team board. It's a standard board size. It's just 1. Combat Patrol is 2. Because, of course, 40K has emphasis on ranged and melee, so they had to sort of adapt to allowing that kind of situation. Like, it would suck to play a shooting-centric army and just have a word bearer combat patrol on top, just on top of you, or a world leader one, just right there, just in your face, turn 1, game over. Enjoy playing Tau. And just getting smoted by a super fast melee-centric team. But ranged is such a core element, or melee is such a core element for this situation that it's like, yeah, I could see why they wouldn't care. No, yeah, not for the team sizes, too. Team sizes are probably the biggest issue, I think, for Spearhead, is that, like, they're actually not small teams. They're actually pretty large. Which I think just, I don't know, it causes so many problems. The idea is that they'll actually release seasons for Spearhead, in particular because there's a lot of emphasis on the realms right now going on in AOS, and Spearhead is 2 realms. So there's a bunch more, and the idea is they'll just do seasons where there's 2 more realms every season, and that's what you're playing in. Which I kind of like. There's this almost built-in roguelike system in the AOS concept of just all the different realms. And the fact that people fight across all these realms to try to, like, gain power or control of certain things. Like, it's this cool idea of, like, oh, let's build a squad or an army or something, and let's go to a realm and see what we can do. Like, it feels like it would be ideal if you're trying to play something like a Blackstone Fortress, to have this RNG system built into place. Where, like, beginning of the game, you guys roll a dice, hey, we're heading to the Death Realm. I feel like it could make for some really cool functions, like even TTRPG stuff. Just like pen and paper. I think you could do really well with that.
some of those models, okay, so some of those boxes you can't put all in it the first like moment of the game. There's some boxes where they realize that certain characters are super powerful, and putting them all on the board all in one go is just a great way to be like, and I win. So the method that they have towards adjusting that is to be like, well, you leave these models off the board. They come in off the board edge turn round 2 and round 3 or something. And you can like pick one to bring in per round or something. Like they try to balance it a little bit for the teams that have like really powerful stuff. But there's definitely some shortcomings. Like Disciples of Tzeentch do not have reinforcements. We don't. We just don't. And that sucks. That sucks so bad. Instead, I have to rely on potentially bringing like one Zangor back with a Doom Bolt. Or having my Kyrix die. And if I'm that build, bringing some back that way, potentially on a dice roll. I could roll really poorly and never bring anyone back for the whole round. And it's just like, well, that's that. Game over. Lost all my Kyrix, recovered none of my frickin' Zangors. Game over. I could probably see Gloomspite not coming in over the course of multiple rounds just because they're gits. It's a lot of models, but they're all small. So like maybe they're all on the field. I think my general strategy is still going to work this time around. The strategy of, hey, what do you have that reinforces? Those? Okay, cool. I kill them last. I think that's really the way to play. Because if you push yourself to bring down the units that reinforce, you're setting yourself up for one of the worst final rounds of the game. Because that stuff will just respawn on top of you. It's terrible. It's so bad. Whoever wrote the rules for reinforce, it's garbage. Within 6 inches of your table's board edge, you cannot put the models into the opponent's side. It's like, all right, yeah, that's cool. So what's stopping them from charging me? Is it like a 6 inch, a 9 inch? Oh, it's a 3 inch. Okay. So Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes prevents them from charging me. Cool. So after going through all the trouble of pushing myself to get into your base, to get to your objectives, to achieve my goals, I'm putting myself in a position to just die to your reinforcements next turn. Okay, cool. That's why it's all about timing, man. I'll kill your reinforcements in the last turn of the last round. We'll play that game.
Some people do roll the snake eyes. When a win-loss is based on a 3+, or needing to roll a 3 on 2 dice, you're rolling that too. Just assume. Just assume that that's what's going to happen. That's how I lost the second game that I played in that big tournament. I failed I think it was like a 5-inch charge. Like straight up, I just failed the 5-inch charge. I think I re-rolled it too. I was like, nope, I need this charge, re-roll, and then I rolled the fail again. I was like, well, that's game. And my opponent was like, nah, man, it'll probably be fine. I was like, you have 10 tanks, frickin', who have clear line of sight on Magnus. There's not a thing in this world I can do to stop you from killing him. I'm going to be expending points on damage reductions, armor save rolls. I have things I'm going to do. It's just not going to be enough. You're about to take an hour and a half rolling dice to eventually kill a Primarch. This is how this is going to go. And he did. He took an hour and a half to kill a Primarch because he kept rolling all of his dice. I mean, Demons have a Compendium kill team. Technically, the Gellerpox is a Demon kill team, because they do have Demons on them. But you're probably thinking Pantheon kill teams. I feel like they would want to separate them. I hate the idea of the Compendium kill team, because it tries to centralize all the abilities. Like, every single one of the Pantheon gets a single ploy. Right? That's weird. I don't like that. Even the Legionary get like 2 ploys per Pantheon. So I feel like they would want to like separate it. I think it'd be cool if their stats were like kind of mid, but certain elements of them are like if you overcome like an enemy model, maybe you spend a command point and you like return one of your dead units or something in its place. Like, that'd be a great Nurgle one, I think, or a Slanesh one, even. That'd be a fantastic Slanesh one. The ploy would be called, Did You Like That? Or maybe there'll be, like, some kind of special unit you could turn it into that doesn't exist on the field at first, but will appear when you achieve the goals. I think that could be really cool. I feel like they would work a little bit like the Mandrakes because of the whole like Shadows of the Warp concept. It would definitely be pink and blue horrors for Tzeentch, and Split would definitely be part of it. Because Split's the big one for the compendium. A lot of people look to Split as, like, the method of play. Because as long as you can control which of your units is going to die which turns, you just get tons of units back. You're the ultimate horde army. If you can't kill more than one unit per turning point, you're not going to be killing my kill team fast enough. And I'm just going to overwhelm you. I think it's why the core of the compendium Chaos Demons kill team, I think most people say, uses the horrors as like their core. It's just because I'm going to keep coming back. I'm going to keep scoring points. And you can't stop me. Oh, dude, start collecting boxes. There's a couple of them at the one store near me. There's an Idness start collecting. I think there's 2 start collecting boxes. None of them are Disciples. Sag. Or even Chaos Demons, dude. Oh. If I could get hit with a start collecting Chaos Demons box, it'd be so good. Those boxes were actually the best idea, and if they could ever bring them back, it'd be the best. Thinking of playing Astra Militarum? They're not bad. The changes they got hit with were actually really good. The concept of infantry has, I think, lethals against infantry, and tanks have lethals against tanks or something. It's just like, it's so cool. You can balance so well. They just, I don't know, they have a really good base build for their index. No, yeah, they're gonna have a steel fist by the prices. I still don't understand how they're still around. Like, when I was thinking of getting back into tabletop gaming and making a YouTube around it, genuinely, I was expecting to hear, like, really bad things about Games Workshop, like, it's going under kind of stuff. Because the more I think about how their system is supposed to work, it just doesn't. So you get people who, they want to get into the game, they pick their army of choice, and then that's it. Because things are expensive, they don't really buy anything else. They only collect completely the one army that they want to play. Once they have it completely collected, all that matters after that fact is if new models come out that they are actually interested in strategically, or even just in general, for that army drop, they get maybe 3 of them, 6 of them if it's something that could be like a troop choice or something, or a battle line. and then you're done. But the new models happen so rarely, and are usually like champions or something, or they're reprints of things. What's up, Shinra? They're like, oh, new jump pack troopers, but it's all the same base sizes. Like, there's not a lot changed with them to the point where you as a person would think, oh, I need to get these. You don't have to. You can still run the old stuff. That's fine. So conceptually speaking, the only way Games Workshop survives is by constantly getting new people interested in it, which that's a little weird if you think about it. Because Magic the Gathering and Pokemon survive by constantly releasing new packs that people ravenously purchase, because it's universal. There's no pack that comes out that it's explicit for a build that I want to go in Pokemon, where it's like, well, none of these are for this kind of Pokemon, so I don't need it. No, you need it. You need all of them. It's universal. I mean, I say that from a competitive standpoint. Pokemon's competitive is, like, not great. That game is almost explicitly about collecting to try to send your children to college. Like, that's like the weird thing about Pokemon right now. Is it's basically like the stock market. But it's a gotcha stock market. I don't know, it's just so weird. Are you trying to do a Monster Mash? I feel like Monster Mash is the way to go to start, because you don't need a lot. And then over time, if you like it, you can just buy regular units and keep going. Like the worst? It's kind of an issue. There's so many that have. I'm gonna look up what you're saying. Hang on. Quar would be the abbreviation for quarter. Do you know what quar are? Quarry? An obsolete form of quarry? Do you know what quar are, Meep? I mean, almost all of them. Like, competitive communities in general are terrible. It all just depends on the TOs that manage them and, like, how all that works out. But every single competitive scene has a very good chance at being the worst competitive scene, like, in existence. And they can be. Like, the 40k competitive scene, depending on where you go, it's either extremely, like, toxic, like, just the worst thing ever. Imagine making a move that you're like, oh, hopefully this works out, and then it fails, and then the person just, like, berates you for hours because they think that because they're at a tournament, they should be experiencing, like, peak performance. Every action you take is excruciatingly well thought out. Like, there are people in the 40k scene that feel this way. where they will treat you like a piece of shit if you make a play that they think is subpar, because they were expecting like a real game or whatever. And it's like, all right, man. I've seen tournaments for like a lot of different video game scenes. Most of them are shit. Like, most of them have horribly toxic communities. Smash is constantly in the limelight for how they handle their community in like terrible ways. I've seen like most first-person shooter games, their communities are horrible. Like, they're just, I don't know, they're universally bad. Oh, it's a board game. They probably have it at my local store. The hell is this? Change. Quar's War. It's a 2009 board game. So, something I've been thinking about, which will probably never happen, but still thinking about it. Have you guys seen the YouTube videos where people take anime models and then repaint them to look more like cel-shaded characters from animes using extremely matte paints? They'll do like 2 or 3 colors and they'll just do the shapings, kind of like how cel-shaded works. I was thinking of painting an army that way. Because I think that'd be like the coolest looking thing ever, is an extremely matte painted cel-shaded army. You've never seen the matte paint cel shade models? It actually looks really cool. They'll basically take like a Frieza model and then repaint it to look like the cel shaded Frieza from the anime. Because most of the time what models will do is they'll either just be like straight color, right? Like it's just like, yeah, this is purple. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then they're just expecting, I guess, the room lighting or whatever lighting you put on it to sort of resemble the render of it. And it's like, all right, yeah, I get that. But there are people who do matte shader painting. I wonder if I can find one to show you guys. Matte cel shade anime models. Paint. That one's not good. God, there was a really good one that I saw. Cel shade Gundam model. These are horrible looking. There was a really good one that I saw not that long ago, though. God damn it. Okay, this kind of works. Let me show you guys. Oh, hang on. Basic monitor. This is painted. This is a model that's been painted. So it's painted to feel like it's from an anime. And I think that would be really cool to do that with like a whole army. There was a really good one I saw recently where someone was painting Frieza's like little transport pod that he flies around in. It, I guess, flies around in on. And they just did it like the anime cell shading method. It just looked perfect when you compare it to like the anime cells that they have for the animation. It's so good. And it has like a different impact, which is great. I think that'd be a really cool way to paint like an army. It'd be cool to paint Tau that way, because Tau are basically already small Gundam models. So to pick kind of your color scheme and then cell shade every single one of those models that way, with just like flat cutouts, doing the panels, like that's the key thing, right? Panels that face certain ways get the brighter cell shade. You do like, I think 3 total light shades based off of a single color, which means you would probably need to pre-mix a lot of paint so that you just have it. Because if you ever don't have it, like if you run out of paint and you have to remix, there's a chance you're not going to get the right color again. So you're going to need like a really big container that you can just mix a ton of the paint in and then just set it aside. I mean, to paint and play, I want to say Thousand Suns, because Thousand Suns are my jam, and I've done some cool things with them. But I feel like just generally painting, and like the feeling of casually playing them, Chaos Knights. I'm actually really glad I got back into Chaos Knights when I came back. Because like, they're not good necessarily, like they're not like, wow, this is the coolest thing ever to play and it's super fun, but they're generally kind of interesting. And they're really fun to paint. I love painting them. They have the same kind of feeling of how Kill Team works, where you see your models and you're like, oh, I could spend a lot of time painting this because I only have a couple on the field. That's like one of my favorite things about Kill Team, is just the whole idea of like, well, there's like 4 things on the field. I'm going to spend some time painting them. It's the same thing with Underworlds. Underworlds does that really well too. I love limited unit games for that very reason. It's just like, yeah, let me spend the next like 7 hours painting 4 units. And in 40K, that is Knights. I love Thousand Suns. I do love them. Because, you know, you got Magnus, and you got like a lot of cool options to paint, like magic as well as armor and stuff. It's fun. It's good. Work a little bit on this guy. I gotta be kind of careful with him. This is really the big one I need to be careful with. Because not only do you get the Thousand Suns, but you get access to Tzeentch Deamons as allies. And Tzeentch Deamons are fun, dude. I love the Lord of Change. I love how it looks. I love all the options you can get for them. I only consider the Slaanesh Demons as like second to them. Which is why Emperor's Children is such a cool idea for me when they're coming out. Because I wouldn't mind painting a couple Keeper of Secrets. I'm going to paint them flesh-toned. I'm going to make people feel ways about weird things standing on the field. I might have to pixelate the creation of them if we stream it. Figure out how to like keep them standing in one spot. I might not be able to take them to the store that I normally go to because it's supposed to be family friendly. I don't know how far I'll push it. Not really. Oh, if I did a Slaanesh and I did them in flesh color and maybe kind of pushed it a little bit towards the more lecherous adult side of things, just for the hell of it. But nah, I'm not really into 30k. I've looked at the rules, and the rules are basically like, hey, did you enjoy playing 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition? And no. No, I didn't. It was cool playing with the people I played with, but rules-wise, I do not want to go back. Meanwhile, it's just there. I get why it's there. I mean, I 100% get why it's there. It's because people did want to play. Like, there were a lot of people who really hated the way Warhammer went rules-wise, because they really enjoyed like the old stuff, the blast templates, the scatter die, stuff like that, and they didn't like it going away. And a lot of those people really like Space Marines. A few of them liked Imperial Guard. So Games Workshop went, oh, we can just sequester you guys into your own system and make you double dip. Get some Forge World models, you know, have some fun with this. We can generate this place as kind of where you need to go if you want to use your Titans a lot. Why are you asking? Why are you doxing me? It's a local. It's a local one-off. Like, it's genuinely, like, there's nothing chain about it. I mean, we got a Barnes & Noble, but Barnes & Noble is not the one I go to. Hey, Deamons are cool. But a lot of people like 30K, and when they describe it to me, I realize why I wouldn't like it, is basically the big way I would talk about it. It's there's a lot of pedantic structure in 30K of like what ammo type are you using, stuff like that. It sounds like, at least from what I've heard from people that play it heavily, kind of knowing armor types, ammo types, and like people love that stuff. People love that minutia of oddity, of needing to know all that stuff and balancing it in ways where you think it's going to work best. Because that's the list building side of things. What up, Arturo? Painting is going all right. We're just trying to flat these stuff out. Yeah, someone asked if I was into 30K. Which I am not. I get it, but not really looking to pick it up as a game. Dude, I'm getting close to my breaking point for how many game modes I need to remember. Like, I got the 40K rules pretty much down. I'm almost done getting the AOS rules down. It just comes down to me figuring out the full game size stuff with scoring and all that, and picking the missions you want to try to achieve, stuff like that. I got to get used to that kind of thing. There's so much. And bouncing around between all the different rule sets and genres. Like, I'm thinking of Blood Bowl. I'm not liking that I'm thinking of Blood Bowl, but I'm thinking of it. I feel like Warcry would be the better direction to go. Since I probably have a couple Compendium Warcry teams. I just need to figure out exactly how this works. Probably the biggest thing that keeps me from really thinking about Horus Heresy more than like just being like, whatever, and then moving on, is the fact that it is like Forge World level for cost. Like, Forge World cost is insane, if we're being honest. Like, oh my god, Forge World frickin' costed things. I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, when you see some of the price tags, because I was thinking of actually utilizing a Horus Heresy model as a Terminator Sorcerer Lord for my Tzeentch, my Disciples of Tzeentch, or my Thousand Sons. Oh god, I'm already starting to mix it up. And I was like, oh, this will work. And then I went to the store and I noticed it was like $70 for the box. I was like, okay, no. It is not worth it. Yeah, but I want to play at the store if I'm doing anything. And stores right now, Warhammer stores specifically, are trying to, hyper focus on making sure the people at the store are utilizing to the best of their ability the actual models. It's a store as showroom, not as game club, I think is the push this year. Because, like, dude, think about it from this perspective. If somebody comes into the store and is like, I'm thinking of playing, and there's just a person there who's like, yeah, which army do you want to play, Slanesh? Oh, dude, I can link you to some really good 3D prints so you don't even have to buy any models. Like, oh, dude. Dude. No. No, don't do it. I'm just happy it still sounds like they're trying to let people continue to play at the store. Because the constant fear and rumor is, like, in a lot of foreign countries, it's starting to seem like the whole goal of the store is to get you into the game and then to have you go find a club to play at, and then that's it. Like, they don't want you in the store playing games. They just want you to come in to buy stuff and then move on. And I think that might have to do with just, like, how the local areas are to those places, more so than anything else. But, like, I kept seeing videos coming up of, like, I can't play at my local store anymore because Games Workshop changed their policies. And now I'm not allowed to, like, go in and set up games with friends because the store is only supposed to be for people to try to get into the game and then to move on. And it's like, oh, the thing that sucks about that is now you have to find a spot on the outside to go find where to game. And that just gets weird, I think. Especially in areas if there isn't, like, a place to actually meet up. Because then that's the situation of, like, oh, yeah, come to my house. It's like, oh, I don't know you. Okay, let's go in my basement. Let me phone a friend. Yeah, make a call here. Let them know where my last known location is. What's cool is, in the last White Dwarf they put out, they did put forward sort of some, what is it? They showed off some places around the world that are trying to be, like, where you would go to play Games Workshop games. Like, in, I think, Japan, there's a library that actually has a bunch of tables set up, which is kind of cool. And I know locally speaking, there's a library that does D&D days. Like, they actually have tables set up for D&D. Although that library is about to be renovated. And apparently it's like a 2 or 3 year renovation project. That's insane. Our local library is just going to be renovated for, like, years. No one's going to have access to a library outside of, like, the college students with their library.
Yeah, it's straight up, it's wild. What's going on with that? Alright, gotta just coat all this because this is gonna become green. Don't want it to be chartreuse necessarily, straight up. No, yeah, if you can pace it right in a store, it is a good idea to just have people playing games. They want to, locally speaking, it's not about like kicking everyone out. They want us to sort of comply with general store policies of like, don't come in here and tell people like, hey, if you like this, I can 3D print you a bunch of models and you can just play that way so you don't have, like, no, stop it. And then on top of that, when people come in and they're using like weird stand-ins for things like, oh, I don't have my Rhino, or I didn't want to buy a Rhino yet and I want to see if it works, so I'm just going to use this like Coke bottle and we're just going to put it on the table and play. Like, that's also a little weird. Like, Games Workshop's looking for like a semblance of whatever you're seeing on the field makes you want to like get the stuff, right? Like, it is sort of that like, ooh, I do want moment. Like, if I go there with my Lord of Change and I'm actually doing cool stuff with him, to make someone in that store go, okay, I kind of want a Lord of Change for my Disciples or my Thousand Sons or my Deamons or whatever. It's like, yep, he's over on the wall. He's $100-something. Enjoy. But you have to create that like symbiotic relationship between store and player, I feel like, because it can't be a club, but at the same time, it does need to be a preview, I guess would be the way to put it, of what could be. Kind of like how religion works, right? Like, you're looking at it from the perspective of, oh, I could join these people. And, you know, I could have like a group of friends. Isn't that cool? I could have friends. Friends. It's just a matter of having the right people. Because there's a guy that goes to that store who never spends money. But, like, he asks everyone tons of questions. He tries to get everyone to talk with him and, like, stop what they're doing. It's not malicious. It's more that, like, it's kind of one of his quirks, I guess, as a person. So, like, it's a little difficult at times to interact with some of the people at the store, because it's like, you wanna let them know. You wanna be cordial and friendly. I mean, you're at a store, you're a guest, but at the same time, like, even the store owner knows that this guy's never gonna spend any money on anything in the store. He just shows up to try to, like, distract people and talk to people a lot. It's difficult, man. It's difficult. No, yeah. This is the problem. My store does also have a humongous room, but they stopped hosting Games Workshop games because storing the terrain for Games Workshop games just got on their nerves. As well, there is a fairly large toxic local community for Games Workshop games. Specifically in that area, too, is kind of the problem. There was this, it was really cool when it started, and I was part of it when it started. I just wasn't around when it went downhill, from what I understand. There was this place that existed near me that was not at all a tabletop gaming thing. It was a
kind of like a refrigeration facility. It manages like if there's like cargo shipments going on and they need to like stop somewhere to then be redistributed or something, they can drop it off at this place, which will then refrigerate it until the other trucks come to it and pick it up. That's what this place was. But because of automation and because of how the economy was going, basically everyone in the building was fired but one guy. The one guy was kind of like an always-on tech at that point, right? And he knew the owners. He talked to them a lot. And he was like, look, most of my day I'm just here. And I'm standing around and I'm not doing anything. I get that I need to be on call, but I also kind of want to maybe do something to not... Because he actually had a bed there. Like, he actually would have to sleep there some days. So he was like, look, what I kind of want to do here with this ridiculous work schedule is I want to be able to do other things. So he figured out how to set up a tabletop game club, like an actual one, because one whole floor in that building was actually really huge. It was a huge floor. And he took it over and turned it into just a tabletop game place. He built tables. He went down to the Home Depot and bought all that stuff, and he just built tables to post up and get terrain on all. He just did a ton of work. Turned it into a place. When I was a kid, I went there first time. It was great. Everyone I played against, super cordial, awesome. Over time, though, it got super toxic because most of the people that started playing there were all about like, I only want to play games that are meta. I only want to practice for tournaments because I want to win tournaments, blah, blah, blah. And it just changed the general feel of that community. Over time, I guess the guy eventually decided like retirement or something. Or either way, the building closed down. So he was like, all right, that's it. And then sold all the stuff to another local company. Someone tried to continue how the community worked by working with a bar, stuff like that. Like it was pretty good. It was pretty well thought out. And they're horrible people to play against. Like they're just miserable all the time. Which sucks. I don't think I have a lot of Garagax left. So the local store that I usually go to kind of became like... No, I need to move the music. The local store that I would go to was just like, I don't want to deal with these people anymore. Pretty much. They called it a day. I should probably do the white corrective first. I'm trying to get them back into the idea of it because that is the closest store to me, and I would really prefer it if they did have like a community that kind of played there, because it would be great. I wouldn't have to drive that far. Go to events again. Oh, I'd love it. Oh, I didn't do his tongue and his eyes. Just realizing that. Because right now, all the stores that actually put on events are a half hour from me. Minimum. Minimum. Which sucks. Especially since most tournaments try to start as early as possible in the day. So you'll have a few that are like, we'll start at 8. I'm like, oh God, I work nights. Why would you do this to me? I'm gonna get like 4 hours of sleep before mentally burning myself out. Pro Krill White. One of the best whites in the game for one coat flat application. I think we're gonna do pink tentacles here. Haven't really talked about it. No one seemed interested right away. Is there something, some specific you're looking at in it? Because I know a lot of people were talking about how it seems like they're going to be cutting back on units as well as some customizations. My one friend was like, he talked about it a little bit because he does play Blood Angels. That's one of the armies he decided to go with when we came back, and he was like, I'm okay with it. So I kind of have to, like, I don't know, I have to lean on him for information as to just general interest. I get that most nerd culture stuff is like, oh, I don't like when things get taken away that I like, and it's like, alright, yep. Understandable. But I mean, some of the sprues look really good. I do find it interesting that, like, year after year, most people complain about the power creep of 40k, right? Like, that's the whole issue, is the power creep. New codex equals army is now strongest in game. That does not feel like it's a thing. It feels like over time, as people figure out certain armies, we start seeing like cool results. Like Sisters are still really strong, but like they're not overpowered despite having a codex. Dark Eldar are doing really well despite being like a 2-index team. I've seen some great things out of the Death Guard, which is kind of cool if you think about it, because like everyone complained about the Death Guard so hard that they got this huge buff. Yeah, no, I get them taking stuff away. I get why people don't like it. It's just one of those double-edged sword things. It's a little obnoxious. Because you kind of wish they wouldn't have to. But decisions made in prior editions to create certain units or let certain units do certain things lead to balancing issues going forward. It's just how it works. And it sucks. I mean, it's why in AOS right now there's no allies. You can do regiments of renown, but those are so limited in what they're capable of that, like, that's fine for now. But, like, I have an Archeon sitting in a box now who is unusable by my Disciples of Tzeentch. So I just have him, and I can't use him. I would have to build a Slaves to Darkness army, which kinda sucks. Cause I don't want to do that at all. But yeah, it makes the game impossible to balance, which leads to openings for pedantics and assholes, which that's always a problem. I mean, it's a general problem with, like, all of humanity, right? You get something cool like, oh, I can mix and match units and allies and stuff, this is great. And then there's that one guy who figures it out, who solves the equation, and creates some of the strongest combinations you could ever interact with on the field, ever. And it's just oppressive, and there's no counterplay. Meanwhile, all you want to do is run, like, a small squad of dogs because you think it's funny. The next thing you know, Games Workshop is like, well, if you can't have nice things, as they get rid of your ability to run certain allies. Like, all I wanted was an MVB. And MVBs are kind of cool, but they're not great. And now I can't even do that. I know there was a couple demons that got pulled out. There's something that got dropped demon-wise. I can't remember what it was or what it was for. They're trying to definitely keep narrative, but they are trying, because I feel like they recognize one of the biggest aspects of the game that's growing and is keeping them moving is the competitive side. It just is. Like, the competitive side of this game is in a perpetual state of growth. Ugh. It's just in a perpetual state of growth, which, I mean, that's what you want. And if you capitalize on it, you're going to do well, right? So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make the competitive still be a thing while also, like, not making it just completely asshole-ish. Like, it's like a casualified competitive. There's still levels of competitive there that make the highly competitive players, you know, they're still interested in it because there's still things they can do that give them the edge, make them, you know, work a lot better than most. What's up, Taraki? It is going all right. We're just getting some colors down, some flats, so I can work up detail. So they are still doing the competitive. They're just not doing the competitive the old way. That competitive was done with just like way too much BS, way too much depth. Dude, the friggin' 9th edition, how to build an army, oh, at the early stages, I hated it. I was looking at it, I was like, I would have quit. Just the sheer level of BS with like command points, pre-game expenditure, stuff like, oh man, like what? What is this? And then the meta becoming Alpha Strike. The meta becoming, oh, I got turn 1. Let me spend all my command points. Let me do all this. Oh, you have 1 unit left. Have fun. I feel like narrative... The thing about narrative that's tricky is people can just do what they want, right? Like, you have the stats, you have the core game, you have all that. Do what you want. Narrative is narrative. They even talk about it in 40K, where they're just like, look, we're going to give you the base rules. If you don't like them, change them. You have the stats, you have the things you kind of want to do. Go from there. Have fun. It's why most people with narrative kill team absolutely change how leveling works, how injury works. They change all of it. They change win conditions, stuff like that. Because narrative's narrative. Narrative doesn't really matter in like a larger scale. You can adjust it as you want. And then based on player interaction, it can be good or bad. Just like the story I told of the local group that did a narrative campaign where one of the people in the campaign quit because half his army list died. But he was like forewarned about what was going to happen. He was told what was going to happen. Like preemptively. He was like, all right, for narrative, most likely what's going to happen is they're going to crash land into your base, which means you're going to lose a lot of people based on a bunch of dice rolls, and then it's going to be a struggle for you to come back, and we're going to figure it out as we go. And he was like, cool, that'll be great. And then he lost a lot of units and went, I'm not playing anymore because you guys made me lose all my units. And it's like, dude, we told you. We told you this was going to happen. Just keep playing. It's narrative. We'll figure it out. You know, you'll get reinforcements or something. Like, don't worry about it. And then he just didn't want to play anymore. Yeah, you do what you want. You don't have to work within the confines of all the core rules for narrative function. Just play whatever. Figure it out. Sometimes it'll be bad. I almost, like I was talking about in one of my videos, I tried to do a kill team narrative, The Ashes of Faith, and we did some adjustments to try to work it a little bit better. But because Chaos Cults still dominate, what ended up happening was like there was just no reason to continue or even finish out the narrative campaign because literally game 2 Chaos Cults were still just like a million miles ahead. They were getting all the kills. They were capturing all the points. I was blowing them out like every single round in score. And it got to the point where in the third game, I was thinking of doing bad things. I was thinking of like making dumb plays. But the more I thought about that, the more I was like, oh, that would look bad though, right? Like, there's no way someone watches me do something stupid and doesn't immediately flip the hell out about a strategic choice that I made. Of like, oh, I went off the objective this round. Silly me, whoops. There's no way. That doesn't immediately cause people to be like, dude, why would you do this? Why would you allow for this to happen? All you had to do was stay on the objective. And it's like, So, like, I can't cheese my way into trying to bring balance back to the narrative. And that kind of sucks. Did not like. No, yeah, Necromunda is like a million times more narrative. That's definitely their key focus in that world. Is just like, how do we keep this narrative? Which, yeah, just go for it. You want pure narrative, just play Wrath and Glory or something. Figure out how to do Wrath and Glory that actually involves like a tabletop side too. Like, that's, I think, what could be really cool is if you figure out how to put hand in hand like a kind of version of Warcry and then the fantasy version of the tabletop RPG, so that people can actually put stuff on a board and you could be like, oh, you're fighting 2 blue horrors. Here we go. I feel like I'm going to spend all day doing the flats, and then we'll actually do the renders tomorrow. There's only a little bit of corrective white that has to go on some of the blue horrors after this. Or the pink horrors. I love the flamers because you just don't have to care. Flamers are just green and then whatever their body color is and you're done. Hopefully I can get this malign sorcery box. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen people play. It is very... For a narrative game, it's kind of in-depth with its rule sets, which was a little shocking to me. I mean, I guess it has to be, because, like, all the little things that can occur in that game need a rule. Needs, like, a way rolling matters. It all needs some kind of function. I think that game, more than any within the tabletop genre for Games Workshop, needs like a games master, which the store had for the event that they were doing, the narrative campaign they were trying to do from the store. They had a games master, and whenever someone set up a game, he would have to be there because he knew everything about that game. And there were a lot of new players that were just getting into it. So, I mean, any moment, they'd be like, oh, wait, can I do something here? And he'd be like, you can do this, 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 this. These are your options. These are the outcomes. These are the problems. And they're like, oh, cool, I definitely want to do that one then. What up, Diver? Which is kind of a little like D&D in a way, right? Because D&D also gives you like a ton of things that you can do. But I feel like D&D has that layer to it of like the games master is the one that has like final say on a lot of stuff. So that really helps out. Because you don't need like too many 100% built-in rules. But then there are rules that people like hate. Like, I think there was, like, the jump rule that was super abusable by a lot of different people. Like, you could build classes and pick your playable race around trying to abuse the jump rule or something. It was something weird. That different DMs at different tables had different realities for. What kind of primer are you doing? You gonna try to start your model up as like its base color and go from there? It's a pretty common method. Or are you doing like a flat black or white and then just building it up? What's your process? What's your goal? What's your aim? Looks like his mid-waist is gold. So we just have to do the cloaking. Ooh. Starting gray tone. If you're using a metallic over the gray, it's going to be a very light metallic. The way metal, and I talk about this in my contrast over metal video, works, most metallic paints are just glitter suspended in a solution. So it shows a lot of the undercolor off when you use it, right? So like most people, when they want to do metallics, you got to do a dark color. Gray might work. Gray might be okay, but if you like do white and then metal over the white, it looks really awkward. Like absolutely awkward. No, yeah, GMs, you want a central point, especially with narrative campaigns, I feel like. Because if you have a central point of a person who makes calls on how things respond or how things react, as well as a resource for players who are like, I want to try to achieve this epic action. Is there something I can do here to potentially do something like that? And then the GM's like, oh yeah, this, and this. Just do these things in sequence and you'll have the moment you're looking for. It's just all these tests. Which is kind of the equivalent to D&D being like, roll me a D20. And then you have the test for the D20 in your head. And it's like, oh, you passed it. Yeah, the thing you said you wanted to do worked. And that's all you got to do. Yeah, metallic primer is usually a good option. Something I like to do with Grey Knights, I did it with my buddies, was once I got the metal down, like that basic metallic, I picked one of these shifter paints, and I went over top of it. Because shifter paints create like an aura effect. You'll see it here, right? I think. I'd have to probably change some stuff for you guys to see it easier. So if you kind of look at these guys, they kind of shift between like a yellow and a blue when the light hits them differently based on the angles. That's a shifter paint. It's the same thing here, pink and yellow. It's probably a little bit easier to see on my flamers. It's a blue and pink. You can easily see the blue, and there's a pink right there. So that's what shifter paint does. I usually apply it at the end of putting the metallics on my buddy's Grey Knights. I might need to turn my microphone off here in a second. It's a way to make their armor look magical, because I mean they are kind of a magic-driven team, right? They use a lot of magic. They have a lot of spells and abilities. They're some of the best psychers in the Imperial Force still. So I thought it would be cool if their armor kind of reflected that by feeling like there's an aura around it. So I did his Grey Knights in platinum. It was a platinum Vallejo airbrush metallic, and then I just hit it with a shifter. Ooh, participation trophy. I got basically a participation trophy for an Underworlds tournament I participated in. It was the first place trophy, because I was the only participant. I'm actually still a little angry about that day. Not angry. Sad, probably, is the better. I really just wanted to play some Underworlds. I didn't care if I won or lost at that point. I was really hoping to just get some Underworlds games in. I did a lot of work to paint all my stuff up. I had all the printouts of all the balance for my cards and my units. I spent most of the night before going over all of those cards to try to internalize them, so I didn't need to like constantly have to check. Because some of the Nephilim or the Ephilim balance is just like wording that doesn't really change much outside of being a little bit more clear. And then I just got there and it was literally just me. Made me sad. Made me so sad. There's a few people. There's a guy who goes to the local store who just, he saw the new rules for AOS and he was like, I'm out. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, that's fine. I don't know what made him want to be out necessarily, but he just didn't like something about it. But then he was just like, screw it, I'm bailing on the whole thing. It's like, all right. Feels a little extreme, but it's up to you. I'm not going to try to force you to play a game you don't want to play. But he's like, the only thing I'm playing at this point is Underworlds. And it's like, cool, I'll play Underworlds. And it's like this weird notion of trying to match timings for some of the local groups. Like, there's now a group of people who are talking more about Kill Team than 40K, and it's like, dude, I've been in that skirmish channel in the Discord going, hey, anyone want to play Kill Team? For like the longest time with no responses. And now you guys are like, we actually kind of want to play Kill Team a lot. It's like, all right. I mean, it's kind of a test, but the ideal for every module for AOS or 40K is to have a small, fast version. I think a lot of it is down to what can be played in store by a store owner with a random person who steps through the door. I think that's the core of it, because most of the store owners for the Warhammer game stores had to paint up the entire Skaven box and the Spearhead stuff for themselves. That way they could have them on hand for when someone comes in and is like, I'm interested in AOS. And you're like, well, do you want to play a game of AOS? So that you have to design the game to take maybe like an hour or less. And then on top of that, you have to set that game up in a way where the person running the store can easily be like, all right, I think that's all I needed for the white here. Can be like, all right,
we need to move. Let me show you how movement works. And then turn 1 of that game feels like you're just showing them how to play, like in general. And then turn 2, they should be able to just play at that point. Maybe with a couple questions. I think we're gonna Leviathan Blue these horns. They might have a couple questions, and that's fine. But the goal is to make them feel like, oh, I get it. Because you need to have a thing in place for games like Warhammer and AOS and all that. And you need to have that game in place that goes, hey, you probably have heard of us, and your immediate thought is, I'm never going to be able to grasp all these rules. It's a lot. And then when you play a round of Combat Patrol or Spearhead, you go, oh, it's actually not a lot. That's actually good, because now I have what I feel is at least a relatively close grasp of the game. At which point the store owner drops the whole like, oh, there's like 2 or 3 things that get added for the full game, but you pretty much have all the core elements down. And it feels good. So both of them were very much needed. Because Kill Team, despite how much I love it, is not a good introduction to 40k. It's not. It's just not. It's a great game. I love the balance of it. I love how combat works in it. I love all that stuff. It's not a good introduction to 40k. Warcry, to my understanding, not the best introduction for AOS, but still supposedly a really good game conceptually. So it's just a good standalone game, but they feel more like a dessert game for people who are already in the big versions of the games, or a game that somebody just gets into with zero intention on getting into the larger games. And that's it. So Spearhead and Combat Patrol are the in-store method of showing how a game works to someone. And it strategically is pretty good. Because think of the outcome, right? Think of the outcome. Someone goes like, yeah, I'm in. I want to play. What they can do at that point, let me just go unit to unit, make sure there's no horns or anything that I'm going to want to paint. The outcome to that situation is pretty simple. It's, oh, okay, cool. This is how it works. All right, I want to buy my army. And it's like, yeah, here's your army. You can get primer. It's over here. Get your paints, get your brushes, get your clippers, get your glue. It's all right here. You know, big package deal, couple $100. You can come in here, you know, I'll talk to you about how to paint if you want. I can show you some tricks on how to like build if you have time, you know, stuff like that. Just, you can spend your time here, you can do some stuff, and when your army is all set and ready, in a way where you're like, I want to play it now, like if you want to paint it first, or if you just want it to be assembled to try out, stuff like that, we can do that. And you can come in with your army, I'll pick one of the store lists and we'll play. Or maybe, just maybe, someone will be here with their army, and I can kind of guide you in that direction. And hopefully it's a person who's not an asshole. That's like step number 1. It's probably one of the biggest things as a store owner for a Warhammer storefront is knowing who the right player is. Like there are players who you just, new player, you don't want them to play them. Like that's just not a thing. All right, so those 2 guys with their horns. I think that might be about it for horns, right? This guy doesn't have horns. He has a beak, though. Maybe we do the beak. Like game in general? This guy out here trying to get me to say some shit. All right, so full on conceptually, when you consider rating being a score, when you consider the game being a game that's scored by a lot of people, like if we're talking just game, like are we including video game in this? Because if we're including board games, I haven't played a lot of them. I've played some. Played some good ones. I guess of all the board games I've played, which again, not a lot. I'm not like all over the universe with these things. But I played Dead of Winter with my friends, and we tried to play it in the PvP mode. Dead of Winter is kind of cool in general, but we tried it in PvP mode, and PvP mode was hot garbage. Like, PvP was not good. We thought we knew it. We thought we knew how the rules worked for PvP, and we tried to apply them the way that we figured they would work. And then it ended up with my buddy killing my character. Which, I mean, yeah, it's PvP mode. He was one of the evil survivors who wanted to do like horrible things. Sure. And that was what we all kind of came to as a conclusion for how it worked. But I'm sitting there and the game's still going on. And I'm like, it didn't feel right. Like, I didn't have counterplay to it. I didn't have a way to stop it. There wasn't anything in place that would have made it like, oh, well, it didn't work. Haha, now we have to deal with you and we'll figure it out, blah, blah, blah. Like, none of that seemed to happen. And normally in a game like this, you would kind of feel like that would be the way it would go. Is that there would be play and counterplay. So I was like, all right, I'm not doing anything. I might as well just read the book. And I did. And yeah, it didn't work. And everything we found out about PvP through test rolls and stuff sucks. That game was terrible for PvP. And it was a really highly rated board game. So that's board game. Video game, Pokemon. He said it. But I mean, come on. Pokemon quintessentially is and has consistently been the most overrated game. Because almost all of them that drop get extremely high ratings. Which, that's a rating. And many of them that have been released in recent times, just not good. Like, mechanically, performance-wise, they're just really bad. So would that not be the definition of overrated? It was rated very highly, despite being pretty bad. Like, those same people who would rate the Pokemon games really highly would then turn around to another game that has problems performance-wise and then give them a really bad rating. God. And with that, initiate return fire. But by definition, I do think Pokemon is the most overrated video game because it's always rated super highly. Like, some of the ones performance-wise and the things that are actually involved in it should probably be no higher than like a 6 or a 7 when compared to other games that have similar problems that get rated at about that tier.
No, I don't remember that. The only things I remember is literally the more modern ones where they're reviewed like, dips here. We saw a lot of problems with the multiplayer side. There seems to be issues with this. 8 out of 10. It's like, wait, what? What do you mean 8 out of 10? Oh, it's the same formula. The story's designed for kids. There's really no depth in it. 9 out of 10. It's like, all right. It almost feels like they're afraid, right? Like it's one of those funny things where it's like they can come forward with all the problems, but they can't give like a low score. Not because they're afraid that Game Freak will be like, you'll never be able to review it again, but because like the fans will be like, let me send you pictures of your children going to school. It's like, whoa. Let me make you feel uncomfortable in your own home. It's like, Jesus, it's a kid's game. Calm down. And it's always a weird concept too when you think about like those kinds of fans, like the genuine just horror show fans. Cause like there's this weird image in my head of them sitting in their room just surrounded in like plush Pokemon frickin' toys. And they're just like, let me send this death threat. It's like, whoa, dude. Dude, I did not like. There's so many people who are like, dude, you got to play Miles Morales, and I was like, all right. I watched some of the people on the podcast that I'm on stream it. I was getting work done while they were streaming it. All right. So I would basically look over and keep checking the game out to try to see what it was like, and I feel like every single time I looked over, they were charging up to turn on a generator. And that was the whole game for me. Like, it was just me looking over and seeing them charge up to, you know, activate a generator. And I was like, oh, no. They found one mechanic that they decided on as the mechanic. Is that fire or is that... I'm not sure what that is. I'm just going to go with... we'll make it gold. It's probably the weirdest part about being on a gaming podcast is that, like, I wouldn't mind, right? I wouldn't mind playing a lot of the games just to, like, get some fun, like, takes on stuff and all that. But I don't know, man. Most games are just single player. I don't enjoy playing that because it's very two-dimensional. A lot of them are designed in a way where they want people to just be able to play, right? And be able to get it done. Like, that's the goal. It's not about providing you a challenge. It's about making you feel like you overcame something, even if it's so simple that, like, everyone can overcome it. It's not even a problem.
So the joy of playing the game is just in getting to the end.
And being like, I got to the end. And everyone and their mom's like, yeah, we also got to the end. It's like, cool, we all got to the end. Which, it's not really me. I prefer challenge and stuff that I do. Hang on.
I love just getting yelled to by people who have no idea what I'm doing.
Let's try to finish the golden elements over here. Because this guy's a big unit. I gotta be very careful here. Is he wearing a crown? No. Hang on, I might need to step away for a second. BRB.
All right, I'm back. I don't know how much more we would get for Blood Angels. I know Blood Angels are like one of the big factions people enjoy as like a side faction for Space Marines. Let me get rid of this. All right. But I can't imagine we'd get too much. I mean, most people are getting revamped champs. This one looks like what? Revamped jump pack troopers? Like Death Company? That's a pretty good thing. And then it's a lot of like upgrade sprues, which, yeah. It's a side faction. Upgrade sprues are the champions. You never know, it might be. Their whole thing is that they slowly turn into weird vampires. Maybe they're just trying to stop themselves from killing people and drinking their blood. Well, the inspiration came way back in the day. It was something to do. A couple of us were looking into it. And it was kind of like something we saw people playing. Because the local game store near me had a community that would come in and play. And I saw on schedule that there was
you know, games being played, and I was like, I kind of want to get into this because the model painting seemed kind of fun. And it's a game of strategy, which I really liked. And I mean, this was back before video games were massive. Like, we were just getting computer games. I was a big fan of the first StarCraft. Which, I mean, there's a connection there. So I kind of just decided to get into it. Few of my friends in middle school played. They kind of joined playing with me. I would go to events. I actually went to the Armageddon event. I think it was the third war for Armageddon was the event, where it was Gazgul. That was super fun. I was around when the Necrons got introduced. I was around when the Tau got introduced. It's cool to come back and not to see too many like new factions beyond what I had already played. And then right after I came back, the Votann got introduced. I was like, whoa, I've been here for all of it. So that was kind of cool. That sucks. $2011. I'm not sure. I don't think I was around for that one. Let's see, I played up through 2004 and a little bit, 8, 9, probably 10. I think 11 was when I stopped playing. I think my roommate got into orcs and we were playing in college a little bit, but then after that it was like, whatever. Probably 7th. I gotta be careful with this one. I never even got the back end of his dagger. Gotta do that. What's that? Is that a necklace? That's a necklace. Okay, so there's multiple components that can be prepped for gold here. I'm realizing in AOS I'm gonna have to start thinking in old school like spell casting concepts. Because I'm thinking of using certain endless spells that are a little bit more related to getting into combat. Like the endless spell itself is like a really good monster. But it kind of makes it hard because there's still a casting phase. Like there is a psychic phase basically in AOS, and it's always at the beginning, which means I can't like move to a good location and then cast a spell. So the timing is back to like the old method. Make sure not to mistime any of it. Get these feathers. So would have been 6? Because I'm pretty sure the last one I was in was 5th. Pretty sure. I think the rulebook for 6th came out and it didn't feel like anyone I knew was going to be sticking with it to the point where we would play it. So I was just like, alright, that's fine. We just kind of like moved on. want to do his horns in a different color. I kind of want to. Sit down volleyball. Now, were these sports before, or is this like the first year of them just being like, screw it, open the floodgates? All right, prepped Fate Skimmer. Let's do his horns with white. Because, yeah, I think we want to do an actual horn color for him. Was there Olympic chess? There's Olympic chess. I don't see why there wouldn't be like future weird stuff. The Olympics are weird and kind of horrible in a lot of ways. Like the Olympics, sort of the demand the Olympics have on an area to be developed to a certain point and to have certain things built into it. Like the amount of money a country will pour into it to try to like increase tourism. The things that a lot of the Olympic stuff have done to like harm local populations over the course of the demand. Like, it's weird. The Olympics are just a weird concept to me. Because it's mostly like this one group that's trying to like get countries to cater to them. That's such a weird notion, right? Like trying to get countries to like bend the knee to do things to be able to, you know, host an Olympic event. So weird. Just the necklace fine. And it's all for the name of like tourism. But I feel like we're at that point where it costs more to prepare your area for an Olympic event than what you're going to make back in tourism. Which is a little bit awkward. I'm going to get something to munch on. What time is it? 3? We're going to go for an extra hour because we're getting really close to being done the flats here, and then we'll be able to actually finish it tomorrow. I got to remember to varnish. I gotta do the last of the varnishing for my Soul Forged. Because they're almost done. They're very close to being done, actually. Local pizza. Ah. So I found this pizza place near here. And it's kind of weird. I realized over time that when it comes to me going places in this area, I never go north, I always go south. I feel like we'd get a gray knight out of a European country. I feel like a lot of the times when I look at European tournament results, there's a gray knight in the first place. So there's got to be a guy there who's just really good. The U.S. would probably just be that that Space Marine army that's like that super heavy tank and the Primarch. And like one squad of guys. And it just keeps seeming to win somehow. So yeah, I've never driven north to look at anything because it's mostly farm up there. And I never thought about it. And when I was coming back from a convention, I had to drive in from that direction. And I found a shopping center that's like 2 minutes from my house.
And it's there was like a pizza place and a restaurant in there. I was like, what? I've been here for a decade. I never knew. It is really like going back in time. Like when I'm leaving the street and I go right, I drive into like newer grocery stores, newer strip malls, newer buildings. Like it's just new. You go left, you immediately pass by like a colonial home with a greenhouse attached to it. So like that happens. And then you just go a little further, and there's one of those signs that's like, hey, look out for the Amish. And you're just in fields. Like, you're just in wheat fields. And you turn into this place. This place feels like a pizzeria from, like, the 90s. Everything is chalkboard in there. Like their whole menu is chalkboard. They don't have physical menus printed outside of like the one that's at the front counter. The pizza place I always go to is run by a pair of Italian brothers, first generation in the US. And the pizzas they make are Italian as hell. So that's kind of cool. But every pizza and cheesesteak on the list at this pizza place that I started going to, most of it uses local food because they're surrounded in farms and they know the farmers. So like local mushrooms, local tomatoes. But the store itself is just like old school. It's kind of like Bob's Burgers in a way. Everything in that store is named after stuff in the area. There's a pizza that's named after like a local hill and it has a specific type of thing. Like in it that's local as food. It's just really cool. And the people running it, I swear to God, it's like a brother and a sister and a dad. And then next door at the restaurant, it's actually a mother, a father, and a daughter. And stuff on the menu is named after, like, stuff the father likes. And then there's, like, an occasional one named after the daughter. And it's always, like, some vegan thing. It's hilarious. It's like the dad's kind of making fun of her by being like, huh, all our vegan menu is you. But at the same time, it's kind of a way for them to be like, yeah, we make food that our daughter likes. But yeah, check us out. Local peppers, Genoa salami, white cheese pizza. I had slices from there the other day that was fried chicken, shredded, with jalapenos and bacon. It was so good. I had a cheesesteak from them. I think I brought this up. You might have been here for it when I brought it up. Since I got back from Baltimore, I used to go to college in Baltimore. The cheesesteak places in Baltimore were like the smash cheesesteak places. Like you'd go in, you'd get your cheesesteak, you'd walk out, your bag would be dripping with grease. Like it's crazy. Since I got back here in this area is all about like being prim and proper and stuff. So you order a cheesesteak, chicken cheesesteak from somewhere, it's like there's no grease. It's gone. Like it's very, very almost mechanically made. I went to this place and I saw that they had a cheesesteak menu as big as their pizza menu with like all kinds of specialties and stuff. And there was one on there that was like everything, all kinds of peppers, pickles, stuff like that. Freaking crazy amounts of stuff. I was like, I'll take that. They handed me a bag that was huge because it was actually a really big cheesesteak. I think it was like 1.5 feet long. And the bag had like a grease puddle pooling in the corner of it. And I was like, oh, it's been so long since I've had this. It was such a good cheesesteak too. They loaded that cheesesteak up. It was so hard to eat. Nom 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 nom. Food, 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 food. But yeah, I walked in the other day because my parents wanted to try it, so I decided to grab a bunch of their slices. They seemed so confused. Because I walked in and they had a couple slices down, and I was like, I'll take all of that. And I'm ordering a pizza. And they were like, okay, sir. Do you need anything? Like, there was like sudden shock of just this person walking in being like, I need a bunch of stuff. But yeah, the place felt straight out of like the 90s. It was interesting because you look out that front door, the front door into like the parking lot, and it's literally parking lot, wheat field. Just a wall of wheat. What up, Dragon? Oh, that's the other cool thing. The shop next to this place it's a weird blend. It's a guy who makes like New York sandwiches, like New York style sandwiches. Because I guess he really likes New York style sandwiches. But then everything else on the menu is like genuine Mexican food. Like really good, just
tons of marinated meat options. Mexican food. I'm doing good, Dragon. We're getting some painting done. These are the last of the demons. My Soul Forged is almost completely varnished. I just have a little bit more to do as we end stream today in a little bit. Just gonna take the stuff out of my varnish box that I varnished when I got here, because it should be done. And we'll put the rest of it in, hit it with varnish, bring it back in, and then I'll leave. Come back tomorrow and it'll be 100% complete. We just got to figure out, I got to figure out where some string is. That's like the big thing. I just have to figure out where some string is. Because I think I know how I'm going to get this defiler to and from games. And it's just going to be kind of strapping it down with magnets and string. I think that's kind of the way to go. Well, supposedly there were benchmarks that showed it. Yeah, because it's an emulation system, which just means it's like an Android system almost. It's not going to be the PC or PlayStation version, I think. It's just going to be like the cell phone version. Because it's a Snapdragon, I believe, chipset running on an Android system that has built-in emulation. It's like a custom Android system. So yeah, it'll be a handheld Genshin system. It's just going to be a cell phone version, if that's what you're okay with, for a handheld version of the game. I'm actually a little mad. I was, speaking of Genshin, technically gotcha, I guess. I was looking around on Steam because I was trying to find like the next game coming up soon that I'd be interested in playing. And one just dropped. It's a tactics game. It looks incredible. It has a great soundtrack. And I saw it and I didn't quite know what it was. I thought I remembered hearing about it, but I didn't like know where I heard about it from. And then it came out, and it's a gacha tactics game where you just spend tons of money and recruit people from the guild hall or whatever it is to then field in your team, and it's just built around basic gacha tactics mechanics. It made me so sad because that game looks so good, and I really like. For me, my personal line being drawn is tactics gacha. Because you do need like good teams to build and characters and stuff, and if all of them are locked behind gacha, and it's like really predatory, it's like, oh dude, I hate that. It's why I didn't really play the Fire Emblem one. Even though I really love tactics games. Because I got excited for a second. So now I'm just out here being sad. Nothing I want to play yet. It has a built-in cooling system. So it might be good. I don't know. I haven't used it personally. I haven't tested it personally. So I have no way of informing you of exactly kind of like how it runs, how it plays, how it heats. I mean, the model itself clearly shows that there's a ventilation system in it, which hopefully means there's some kind of fan-based system. Because cell phones are entirely done by passive cooling. So for this to kind of be like a cell phone with a built-in fan means it might actually work a bit better. At least I think there's a fan. It might just have a ventilation system without a fan. Just like a grid that's near a heatsink. I don't know. I feel like there's a fan. I have no idea what you're talking about with neverness to everness. I figured today was going to be all flats. Knowing how much I had to do on that one model, there was no way that we were going to actually get into properly doing the render components. Because even though there's not a lot of jewelry on all of these pink horrors, there's enough. If there was something I wish they would pull off of these models, it would be the jewelry. Could do without it. Cool. I'm probably going to steer clear of gacha for a while. Getting back into 40k is financially not great. So you got to kind of cut things out of your existence that kind of get in the way. Like if I was still playing Genshin while doing 40k, oh, that would be so brutal. I definitely prefer it. Like, it was cool seeing kind of the explosion of the Genshin community. Like, how much crazy stuff is now happening because of that game. Like, the events that happen, all the different conventions explicitly designed for that game. That is crazy. But, like, none of it's really over here. So it's not like I could just go there and be like, oh man, I love the game too, and like join in with that kind of whole crowd situation. Whereas 40k, that I can do. There's a bunch of people who play 40k at the store who also play the phone game. That I don't get. There's so little crossover between the cell phone game and like 40k itself. I guess it's just to like get the things. Get to the things. Phone call. I don't know about it being a thing where you're getting older. I think it's just like there's a lot of repetition in games, which doesn't feel as good as kind of like looking forward to something new and exciting. Like a lot of games that keep coming out are just like, hey, we took all the mechanics of stuff you've already played and just rehashed it, put a new skin on it, and here you go. It's like, all right. I don't know. It just doesn't hit as hard as like the first time we play a interesting new game with some cool mechanics. And now they're just like, oh, remember that game you liked? Do you want to play it again, just with like a different skin and some different voice actings? We got you. It's like, okay. I didn't say I wanted that, so it's how the whole system works. It's like weird. They're gaming as a whole is leaning more into just trying to get people to respend on stuff that the companies already know you like. That's what the whole remake market is. The remake remaster market is just like, hey, this one game you really liked, we're putting it back out. You want to play it again? Maybe. It's like, no, stop. But yeah, apparently a lot of people do just want to replay the game they've already played 100 times. And I don't get it. I don't get it. I know people say it's nostalgia, and it's like, look, it is believed in a lot of the fields of psychology that nostalgia is actually a negative emotion. It means you hate being alive in the here and now so much that you are yearning to go back. That feels like something you should sort out. Meanwhile, I'm out here looking at like indie titles as something really fun and interesting to pick up. Like, I actually can't wait for the Towers game, the Towers of Azkaban. That looks really fun. Depending on what they actually put in it versus what they originally were talking about with it, could change that a little bit. But for the most part, Towers of Azkaban, the idea of it is just like really good, I think. Because there's supposed to be like a living world concept, life and death cycles. It's actually a little bit interesting to me. But if they simplify it and kind of dumb it down, then eh. Like, I wouldn't even say that I'm super excited about Space Marine 2. Because, I mean, it's just Gears of War in a different universe. The co-op sounds interesting, though, depending on how they approach co-op. I like that it's class-based. And it's kind of built into the general concept of the game, so that's cool. But, like, it's another Space Marine game. You're playing a Space Marine. We doing it again. No, yeah, because indie games usually aren't multi-million dollar, thousands of employee companies, right? Like, there's a point where a company gets so big that it can't make risky decisions anymore, which is wild to think about. But the problem is, what we're noticing, I think, is that a lot of these big companies, because they can't make risky decisions, instead they make no decisions. They get paralyzed by indecision. And then because they're getting paralyzed by indecision and worry, they lose a ton of money. And then have to, like, fire so many people. Like with Bungie. What the hell has Bungie been doing? What decisions is Bungie making? Like, it feels like Bungie just isn't really doing anything. They put out, like, another DLC, but they take so long in between, and every single one of them just feels like indecision. Like, they're not quite ready to do something specifically. So it's just, like, a little off-putting, I guess. Whereas, like, smaller indie companies, they move with such agility because it's like 10 dudes. just 10 workers hanging out, on a weekend, talking shit. And then, like, they produce a new game after, like, a year, and they're like, oh, cool, we did it. That was cool. And they just keep doing it. Maybe it doesn't explode, but even if it doesn't explode, it'll maybe give them enough money to, make the next thing. That's all it takes. Because I personally can't imagine the stress, right? Like, could you put yourself in that person's shoes and imagine the stress of, I'm going to make a decision for this company that could result in the loss of 1,000 jobs because maybe people don't want it? I can't. I have no idea how that feels. I've seen it happen. Frickin', I loved the hell out of Firefall. Firefall had a lot of developers working on it. And then thanks to decisions made by everyone's favorite Twitter troll Grums, that game basically collapsed in on itself and a lot of people lost their jobs. Meanwhile, Grums is still on Twitter telling everyone that he knows best on how things are supposed to work. It's like, Jesus, you gotta have that level of just, like, ignorant ego. To be like, hey, I crashed and burned multiple companies, but I know what's up. Listen to me, guys. I know how things are. Step 1, claim you're making a video game. Step 2, only really make 3D printed statues of sexy female characters from the video game and try to get people to buy them for hundreds of dollars. I know what people want. Alright, Grums. The thing is, like, that game wasn't. Like, Marathon is just a title. At that point. That, I don't know. Like, I played Marathon. Like, what was the point in calling that game Marathon? Are you pulling me back in? Am I like, ooh, cool, I get to see more Marathon lore. After the game that I played in my computer class in middle school. Like, it didn't need to be called Marathon. This is the things. Sony taking over, like, what are they going to do? I feel like they're already overstretched as a company into, like, so many different things that I don't know if anything's going to happen with, like, Bungie IP. I think it just goes nowhere, right? Becomes like an organized liquidation. They decided to do like a low budget movie or something just to try to recoup some loss. Maybe they turned it into like a streaming series. I'm still not convinced that Stalker is going to be a good game. I want it to be. But, I mean, there's almost no way it can be, right?
how things are going in the world. Like, there's no way. They delayed it. I feel like hype cycles don't know how to work, right? Like, Stalker feels like a game they could have just, you know, developed until it was done. And then told people about it. And then launched it. And it's like, oh my god. Top tier. Get out of here, Stalker. I'm just almost certain there can be no way that that's a good game. Like, that had to be too much of a struggle bus. I do really wish it was. I remember the first game, dude. The first game was such a magical concept to me. I'd been tracking it and following it in its development cycle and process. And I remember back in the day, because this was back when, like, torrenting was starting to become a big thing. I remember back in the day that someone on a website somewhere was like, yo, Stalker Alpha. It happened. It's out. It leaked. And you look at it, and it's like the only thing that it had was a couple multiplayer maps. So you could test the guns out, which was cool. And you could kind of experience the visual aesthetic of the game, as well as like the day-night cycles and how all that stuff works. That was really cool. I remember that fondly. And I remember the alpha came out, and I grabbed it, I downloaded it, and I put it on a hard drive. And then I went to a LAN party. And I remember we were there, and one of the people at the LAN party was like, yo, let's all play Halo 1, because Halo 1 didn't have any DRM, and he had a copy of it on a PC. He was like, I'm so good at Halo, you guys aren't going to understand. You guys are going to be like, yo, how are you this good? And then I dominated him in a game that I've never played like that seriously in like PvP at all. Just annihilated him. He was so mad. What's up, Long Furby? And then I remember him being like, oh, man, that sucks. And I was like, dude, you want to try a game that's not even out yet? You want to try a game that's coming out? Because I got it. I got access. I got the alpha. It has multiplayer, and it only works in a LAN situation, which we are in. He was like, yo, that's awesome. Because it's kind of like forbidden game, right? Like forbidden, just no one else is going to get it. No one else is going to have it. It's just us. Had that kind of feeling to it. So he was like, hell yeah, let's play that. So I got him to install it. I got a lot of people at that LAN party to install it. We were just playing games all weekend with this game that isn't out yet and was coming out like in a year or something. Like, it had like a pretty serious
time attached to it before it would come out. And we were just playing it. It was so fun. Such a fun multiplayer. I think we had access to anomaly mode, which is kind of like capture the flag. And then we had a team deathmatch and deathmatch. And I loaded up one of the maps in Night Cycle. Like, I was like, all right, we're starting in Night Cycle because I wanted to see how night felt in that game. And oh my god. You were shooting into the dark because you heard, like, footsteps. You had to kind of build up your income and your equipment to the point where you could buy, like, a flashlight or night vision. And I remember I was, like, super crouched in this, like, greenhouse looking out the window, and it was such a beautiful game. Like, such high-quality visuals. And I was just looking out into the night. And the game, we were playing so scared because we couldn't see anything. So I was just like peeking out this window, staring at basically the moon and the starry sky. I was like, oh, this is really good looking. And then I noticed the silhouette of a person's head just kind of like moving across the roofs. I had a shotgun, which I had loaded into it. I had loaded the buckshot because, I mean, night fights, I'm firing buckshot close range, man. That's what I'm doing. Just look down a alleyway, hear a noise, boom. So I see this guy, I see the head outline just going across the rooftops. So I reload slug rounds. And I'm like, who's on that roof? And I hear my buddy go, oh, dude, you can see me? And I was like, it's an outline, man. You just hear, boom! And freaking, his character model goes down, and you see, like, a silhouette of brain matter go flying through the sky. Freaking slug round with a double barrel shotgun across the map. To the dome. It was so fun. That was where we started learning bullet mechanics because the bullets ricochet in that game. So depending on what caliber you got, you could do like different fun things with them. And then there was also material in the game where armor penetrating rounds would go through it. So that was kind of cool. Because you would play to the situation where you were just like, I know he's in that storage container, so let me just swap rounds real quick, and boom, fire some bullets through the side of it. Rip them apart from the outside. Or, someone's hiding in this metal box over here. Let me put on some low-cal rounds, and let me just fire into the box at an angle so the bullets bounce around inside. I was ricocheting to death. That's what I miss about that game. Like, just the extreme depth to the gunplay. Winging someone in the leg so that they limp around. And then you can, like, follow their blood trail in the game to figure out where they are. Ugh. Like, seriously, everyone who loves Tarkov has so much that they have to, like, thank Stalker for. Because Stalker's core mechanics are basically everything that Tarkov became. That's why I really wanted to like Tarkov, but the whole grinding side of it and trying to get gear that you want to take into certain runs to get certain keys, like that side of Tarkov made me so uninterested in it. I just wanted to get into a game with really good gun mechanics and just play like a deathmatch or something. Like, just go. And I know that they've added like almost a CSGO style Tarkov system of like one life, the team that survives wins. No, yeah, I played it vanilla too. I played it shortly in vanilla, and then I went online because that was back in the day with I mean, you might remember config file alterations. You could alter the engine configuration files to try to get better visuals out of some games. And I was like, oh, let me see if I can do this with Stalker. And yeah, you could. There were so many cool changes you could make to your file structure that would give you some beautiful visuals. Just beautiful. Like way crisper edges, way better anti-aliasing, way better contrast. So good. I remember there being things in that config file too that they actually took out of the game. There was a story. What time is it? I'm gonna have to go soon. Let me get the Leviathan Blue onto some of these horns, and then we'll go. We'll tell a story while that's happening. So one of the stories that came out of the development of this game was that there was actually an element of Stalker. There it is. That was taken out. There was a visual aesthetic element of Stalker that was removed from the game because it was so realistic. Not just like visuals, but the way it worked was so pixel to pixel realistic that it was causing motion sickness in people that would see it. And it was motion blur. They did this thing that was like pixel to pixel motion blur. So if something, because you know how most motion blur in games is just like when you're moving the camera, it'll blur in the opposite direction for like the angle, which gives you kind of the feel of turning very quickly in a cinematic fashion. So what Stalker did, and Metro 2033, I believe, did it in its own engine. They decided to actually use it because, I mean, there's a whole thing there about the engines being exactly the same, and there was a legal issue and blah blah blah. But the way it worked was, if, let's say, on screen you were being attacked by a bloodsucker, right, and the bloodsucker quickly ran left to right, it would blur. Like, the bloodsucker would blur. So you would blur if you looked in other directions as well. So if he started running left to right and you turned right to left, he would be like way blurrier than everything else that was blurring in the other direction. So it caused a lot of like motion sickness issues. And Metro 2033, I believe, actually decided to use it, because I remember playing it. And what ended up happening was I fought one of those like were-rat things in the sewer system, and it jumped at me. And it did pixel to pixel blur on the thing where it lunged at me. So starting at the nose, it sort of blurred radially back from the nose. And it's really cool looking, but it's also a little like, ugh. Like a little much. I do not like motion blur most times in games. There's very few games where I'm like, hell yeah, motion blur. I can't wait to not exactly understand what I'm looking at. Like, definitely not at all in competitive games. Get me out of there if there's motion blur in a competitive game. Metro's good. It was interesting hearing kind of how Metro came to be, because it was a guy that worked at GSC who didn't really like the direction GSC was going in. So he took kind of like what he understood of the X-Ray engine and applied it to the engine that he used for Metro. Which is why the legal issues were there. But I'm glad it worked out, because Metro is actually a really good series. And like, it was definitely better run than the Stalker series, because GSC kind of like, they had a good thing with that and then just didn't know how to continue it at all. It was just the constant struggle of telling everyone, oh, this is what's coming to the next game, and then none of it works. What, the the Metro books? Did you read the Stalker one? I think it's like Picnic or something, Space Picnic. There was also a short film. Stalker did there was a short film for it where I think it was mostly just like guys in gear on on one of those like railroad car things where you have to like pump it to get it to move. And they're just staring at each other like while they're going through this like weird industrial zone. They're just looking at each other in the eyes like deeply. It's like the whole first 20 minutes of that film. Bros staring at bros. We might use a dark blue layer paint to kind of enhance this a bit. Yeah, we gotta work on the gold. I'm gonna make sure I take my spearhead stuff with me, just in case I can't make it back here tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. We should finish these tomorrow, actually.
Like, thinking about it, it's mostly just the greens, golds, maybe some gemstoning, and then a bunch of stuff on the leader character that involves, like, paper and scrolls and stuff. But yeah, we're almost done our demons. And then all we have left is a kill team. And then I don't know. I might not stream after that for a bit, because I do need to really get into these videos, which means I think I need to clear this off and use this as a recording table, which is a problem, because since I'm not always here, breaking this down and then building it back up again, like to constantly change what it does, is actually not great. But pretty soon I should just be here, which means I'll be able to just finish all these projects on stream, be done with it, and then be like, cool guys, look out for new videos coming forward, and then I just don't know what I'll do, if I want to stream or not. There's always more projects, there's always something to do. Maybe someone will eventually, you know, actually pull the trigger on me doing a project for them, which would be great. And then we could stream that, that'd be fun. Go get your Mexican food. I might do the same. Maybe, I'm debating. But yeah, until next time, guys. Later.